High technology. We have the microphone. Yes. So welcome again to all of you. It is a pleasure to have you with us. Yesterday was a very rich day, and in the agenda we will have a conference debrief. Today is the business meeting, so more interesting agenda also. I briefly reminded, but you all received approval of minutes of previous meeting, conference debrief, regional reports, and Global Youth Academy report, future activities, including SSCC Science for Global Goal projects, special session on ISTEC. We are very pleased to have the 5 representatives of the ISTEC project. Each country will tell, well, it is the beginning of the process for all, but I think it's good that everyone tells, and we could have discussed. The aim is to help, if possible, each country to set as rapidly as possible its project, the renewal of the Global Council, and then the miscellaneous, as we say. Yes. Before beginning, I have to say that I was extremely honored to be the chair for this Global Council during 3 years. It is the first in-person meeting during these 3 years, so we did not have the opportunity to exchange in person, and it's extremely interesting to be all together. Definitely remote meeting is good, but in person is much better. I didn't ask to renew my mandate. I will stop at this first mandate, but the academy still is candidate to be the lead academy. And my colleague Mahfoud Ziad, who is Professor Ziad, I think you can present yourself briefly, is a professor that should, of course, if you all agree, take the lead and the chair on behalf of the Hassan II Science Academy. So I will begin until the renewal of the Global Council, and then change the council. Yes, Peter, would you like to have some more words to implement the agenda as an introduction?
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
No, just to say, if anybody else has anything to raise, maybe they should add it.
Yes. Perhaps first, Professor Ziad, would you introduce yourself very briefly?
Can we use the mics because we have the people online?
It's working. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ziad Mahfoud. I am Moroccan citizen, of course, and I am a resident member of the Academy, Hassan II, Science and Technology. I was teaching, all my career was spent at the university here in Rabat, teaching physical chemistry. I was quite involved in research. And I think I would like to thank all of you for the nice presentations you gave and for allowing me to be one of yours, of course. My thanks go to the Staff Academy, who was quite challenging, and of course, Secretary Perpetual of the Academy for his encouragement to the education and for providing a lot of funding to this activity and to the students. I will not take much of your time, but I would like to say that if you think the education is expensive, try the ignorance. And this is true today more than ever before. Thank you very much.
So let's go to the no other points. Let's go to the first point of the agenda, the minutes of the previous meeting. I think you all received it. Is there any comment on this minutes?
Just to say, this is the document highlights, and it has a 2020 rev at the end of the file name. So that tells me the way we do things, that we have circulated these minutes, people have fed back into it, and the rev is the revised version. So this is the in theory already agreed on, at least online. But if anybody has any comments, any questions, everything is there.
One, two, three. If no one has no comments, we go for the vote. So the proposal is to approve these minutes. Who is against? What are the abstentions? No. So we can consider that it was approved at the unanimity of the Global Council. So the second point is the conference debrief. Well, it took place yesterday. I think it's important, of course, to highlight the points that were interesting, but also to highlight the tracks of improvement. And so the debate is open. Who wants to comment about yesterday's meeting?
Perhaps I can just make two comments, in that we will produce a sort of short news report for the IAP website, just to show that it took place and sort of the key themes that were discussed. And, with our friends' help at the back, we will receive the video recordings, and they will be uploaded sort of onto YouTube and made accessible on the IAP website. And then we will do sort of more dissemination and, you know, encourage more people to view the different sessions and so on. So although we were restricted here in who was sort of attending and watching, we do intend to, you know, do some dissemination and get greater visibility for what was presented yesterday.
Carol?
Can you make the, I guess with permission?
Thank you. With permission from the presenters, but can we give you our slides and you, if you want to share those as well? I don't know if that would be helpful, but.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think some
Okay.
could be interested. There will be the online, the presentations, but the slides, yes, Peter, if you could collect, it would be interesting. Yes.
And of course, the abstract book with the bio sketches will be made available online, or which segments put a package together.
Excellent.
Yes. Any other comments?
The other thing I wanted to say about in reflecting on yesterday was that I was really pleased to see this movement from the S in IBSE to its reference to STEM. And I know you'll talk more about that later with the policy brief. But also, I really appreciated Edgar's presentation, you know, where he referenced convergence, because I do think that's something that came out yesterday, was this idea that in teaching science, in promoting inquiry-based science education, we have to understand these other dynamic issues, whether they're social, cultural, or whether they're the other disciplines or domains outside of the science domain. So I felt like that was a theme for me that I saw coming through throughout the day. And I think Edgar's kind of visual of convergence was really powerful. So I appreciate that we're shifting, like IBSE, that S is much more than just science.
Yes, yes. It was your suggestion in the policy brief, and really, I think we could all validate this point that today, S for just science is too restrictive. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is more relevant, but we will not invent a new word. We keep IPSE, but we just change the meaning. And if everyone agrees, I think it's a good good issue. And thank you for your suggestion for doing that. Yes. Yes. You have the micro.
Thank you. I think the point that we already discussed during roundtable meeting, it should also become one of the decision for this today meeting. I wish that yesterday someone have already taken out what we have already discussed during the roundtable meeting, and this is become recommendations or decision during our meeting. So because I just heard this of the stuff that Peter gave to us through the email, but we forgot to put this yesterday meeting into the considerations of decision for today meeting. Thank you. So it's not only about the candidature that we will discuss, but also the material during roundtable meeting. It should be also inserted into as the result of this meeting today, during today's meeting.
Yes, I fully agree with you on the question, and it will go toward future activities, but it would be good to say from this meeting, we have some recommendations that were consensual. The first one is this moving S for STEM instead of for science. The second, as you say, from the round table, I would say perhaps the second, I imagine that all the Global Council is supporting on the fact that continuing support to the ISTEC project, because in the 3 years it was the foundations, and it would be a pity to stop here. And you know that you can count on me for all the support for the ISTEC project. And the third recommendation is the digital platform that was proposed, and we have not yet, and we have to think what are the options with the UNESCO in consultation of all the institutions, but really trying to facilitate sharing of resources. I think this was a consensual recommendation, and I don't know whether there are other recommendations that were performed.
Yeah, but I mean, whatever the discussion, yes.
Yes.
And reach our decision of the meeting during, because when we talk about meeting, it's not only for today, but also before. So this decision is come up after today's meeting. And then in that position, maybe Peter, you know that the report is also, the result is also based on the report of what happened during the seminars. And then the second one is maybe about the recommendation, what become up. The recommendation is not only come from the yesterday discussion, a roundtable meeting, but also what happened during today's meeting.
Yes.
So that's the recommendation, including also about the candidatures,
Yes.
and then not only the member, but also the head, I mean, the replacement, something like that. It should be become a recommendation. That's my suggestion. And then the second thing is that it's more technically, perhaps that before you distribute all the recommendation or the result during for today's meeting, so would you please circulate among us just like before, and then after that we make some corrections or whatever.
Yes.
But I mean, at the end that will be Peter decided. And then the last thing is that there is a time for how long, because I mean, if we upload this decision a bit long, I mean, the momentum, it will be lost. Probably, I don't know about your busy time, Peter, because everything is on your hand after this meeting. Maybe a week or 2 weeks, the material has been circulated to us, and then after that, we can publicly present
Yes.
to others.
Yes.
So maybe not too long after this. Thank you.
Okay. I think among the recommendations of during the meeting and the roundtables in the discussions, the question of having each year highlight on some successful projects and some best practices toward a document that could be issued each year. If it is not too much work, because I know that everything takes, but I think this was a suggestion and could be also something we keep from the meeting, because we had some presentations that were really inspiring for others, and among sharing the information, sharing the successes help people to build on them to go forward. Any other comments on the meeting? No? Good, I think. Yes. So the future activities, sorry, the regional reports. So I think we can give room for the successive reports. Peter, I let you see the,
Okay,
The
I see
order.
Sabina has a more detailed agenda. that
yes.
She was projected.
Projected.
We-
Ah,
Okay, so let me just repeat the order that we're expecting. There be Yuri from ASA, then Beatrice from IANAS, Jackie is online, yes, from NASAC. She presented a bit yesterday, but we'll hear some other things. Lena from Alea, and then we'll have Priscilla for GYAS. So Yuri, are you ready to?
Yesterday, I already set up something about ASA activities. So I'm not going to take your time, but I would like to say that during the last period, ASA focused on STEM education, and we made a call for our members. Our secretary prepared some slides. Shall I show it, Peter? Oh, okay. Then yes.
There's some technical issue to share.
Yes.
Is
I'll be short. Associations of academies and societies of sciences in Asia and Oceania, actually. But the letters ASA stands for Associations of Academies and Societies of Sciences in Asia. But it has members not only from Asia, Oceania as well. Works. It goes forward. Okay, ASA consists of scientific and technological academies and science societies in Asia and Oceania. It had two parent organizations, actually. Associations of Academies of Sciences in Asia, founded in 2000, and Federation of Asian Societies and Academies of Sciences, founded in 1984. These two organizations merged in 2012, and ASA established. And ASA projects mainly, of course, not exclusively, focus upon following areas: sustainable development. The issue of sustainable development is always taken up. Science education, and we also focus in women in science and engineering. Originally, it was thought that in Asian countries, there was a gender balance against women scientists. So to balance this, to correct this, ASA focused in women in science and engineering.
we encourage women scientists, and we established a committee we call Vice Committee. And another focus area is science, health, agriculture, risk, and environment. We call it share communication. And we have also a special committee. Of course, generally speaking, economic advancements through science and technology and innovation is another focal point. Member academies come from 30 Asian countries, and we have 33 member academies now, from West Asia to Far East, from Turkey to Japan, including Central Asia. But we don't have membership from the Middle East. We are trying to bring them into ASA. So that's something we are working on. This is the current executive board. Although we care about gender balance, as you see, there is only one female scientist in our executive board, so this is not something good. In our constitution, it is explicitly stated that one member of executive board must be a female scientist to ensure female participation. We changed the constitution in 2018 and inserted such a clause. ASA Secretariat based in Seoul, Secretariat hosted by Korean Academy of Science and Technology. As I have already said, we have special committees. These are permanent committees. We have 4 committees, and one of them is science education. It is the oldest committee. Sustainability is the newest committee, and Women in Science and Engineering Committee and Share Communication Committee, they are active committees. And for your information, I'm happy to say that of these committees, science education, share communication, sustainability, women in science and engineering, our flagship committee is Vice Committee, Women in Science and Engineering Committee. They are very active and we support them. Personally, I encourage them. And regarding science education activities, during the last period, that was the period including the pandemic, our flagship activity is the publication of a report on current practice and issues for improvement in STEM education up to K-12 in Asia and the Pacific. It's published in 2020. Organized by CAST, Korean Academy of Science and Technology. And member countries, they were told to provide, member academies, they were told to provide the situation of STEM education in their country. For each country, we have a brief introduction to current situation. And then we ask them to analyze advantages and disadvantages of current STEM education using what's called SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then we ask them to examine challenges and possible improvements. And each report included a conclusion sections with recommendations and future plans. Of course, not all member academies participated in this endeavor. 10 of them participated: Australia, Bangladesh, China, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Turkey. and experts from these countries provided the situation of STEM education in their country. So the idea behind this initiation was that to learn from each other, to learn from the practice of diverse countries. It is available on our website. You can download it freely under the documents and publications section. I brought some hard copies. Peter has it. If he has already left enough, some of you may take it. And for this year, we are organizing a hybrid webinar about science literacy as part of the science education focus. And our host coordinating academy will be Indonesian Academy of Science. In June, we expect to do this webinar, and it will cover the issue of science literacy. So if I sum up then, ASA, in terms of science education, focused upon STEM education, and also science literacy in general. Maybe not directly related to science education, but indirectly related is this year we have two other activities related to science education indirectly. As most of you know, last year was declared by United Nations General Assembly as International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development. And the activities of this initiation extended to 2023. So we are going to organize two more workshops and webinars about basic sciences. One is to be hosted by the Turkish Academy of Sciences at the end of April. And the other one is hosted by the National Academy of Sri Lanka. The workshop by TUBA, Turkish Academy of Sciences, is about basic sciences in life, possible contributions of science academies. And Sri Lanka Academy will focus upon science advice to governments, institutionalizing science advice to governments. These are indirectly related to science education in a sense. I think this is all I want to say about ASA activities, and thank you.
Any quick questions for Nuri while we set up Beatrice?
One of the things I'm thinking about is whether or not,
As you prepare, for example, for this hybrid event, if in any case, in yours or others, where as we start to see science merging to STEM, integrating sustainable development, because the IAP has been so deeply involved in collaborating to develop these resources, these free resources, I think if any organization is interested in wanting to provide outreach to science educators around that, perhaps through this IAP SEP Global Council, we can coordinate our efforts to provide that outreach. For example, through like the Smithsonian could share those resources with your communities of science educators. I don't know how deeply down you go into the people you serve. Do you serve just academies? Do your academies then serve science educators? Is there any direct outreach? Sorry, and this is a long way of asking. Is there any direct outreach to science educators, either through ASA or through the organization served by ASA?
Other than our member academies, we do not have, and of course IAP, we do not have any other organization, but we are in contact with this a sort of network committee, International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development. But probably we need to do more to expand our outreach. We may get in touch with Smithsonian Institute, but that's one area we need to develop.
Another question? So thank you.
Okay. So first, good morning, everyone. I want to thank, of course, the organizer, Wafa, Peter, Sabina, the Academy. This has been an incredible meeting for us. For me, it will be unforgettable. I want to tell you a bit about IANS. IANS is the Inter-American Network of Academies of Sciences. I am the executive director of IANS and president of the National Academy of Sciences of Argentina, from where I'm from. Where does, here? This one or the one? No, he said the one on the bottom. It doesn't. This one. There we go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so IANA has 23 member academies. I can't point here, I think. Can I? Yes. If you see on the map, we have most of the countries that belong to the Americas are members of our academy, except Paraguay that we have here, Suriname and Guyana, and some of the Caribbean islands. All the rest of the countries are members of IANAS. We also have the Latin American Academy of Sciences and the Caribbean Scientific Union. IANAS is organized based on programs. Of course, capacity building is the basis of all the activities we do, because we are convinced that the strength of the scientific and technological community in each of these countries that are so different will depend on, are the basis for the existence of an academy and for a country to meet its goal. IANAS has 4 ongoing programs that have been going on for many years now. I think since the beginning they had 2, and then they added 2 more. The water program is a very active one. They produce many policy briefs. They have projects in common with the African Academy, for example, with other regional academies. There are 2 books that are going out now from the water program. The Women for Science program is also very active. They put a focus on highlighting the activity of successful researchers, women researchers, and also of young researchers. We have 2 contests for the Women for Science program, one for young women that have not passed more than 5 years since they had their PhD degree, and another one for women up to 45 years of age. We also have a video contest for people in high school to talk about or show the activities, so they get to the laboratories, the activities of women researchers, and also at the university level. Then we have an energy program that is in the hands of Tony Clayton from Jamaica, and they are working on rethinking cities and all the new strategies that have to be put into when planning a new city to make it sustainable. And of course, our science education program that I will talk about in a few minutes. In addition to these programs that have been ongoing for a long time, we have a new initiative that is the Amazon Initiative. that is just starting now, but that we think will be really very important because 6 of the 8 countries that where the Amazon is located are members of IANAS. And so the idea is to have transversal meetings discussing all the different aspects of the problems of the Amazons. You know that it has been severely damaged in the last years in part of it, and there are many diseases that may be emerging from the changes in the Amazon and so forth. So they will unite their forces with other organizations of the Amazon, not competing, but working together. So this is a new ongoing project that I'm sure will be really very interesting. Then they have another one. We have another one, health risks for potential new pandemics, but that one is still just starting. It will probably be part of the Amazon program also, because it is expected that new diseases can arise from the changes that are being produced at the Amazon level. So let me go to the science education program. Actually, this program, since 2017, had been practically inactive. So the National Academy of Sciences of Argentina proposed to IANAS to try to relaunch this program. So, well, we did, of course, had the approval of the executive committee of IANAS. And enabled to do this, we decided to convene a panel of experts in education and, well, first get some recommendations and then go ahead with the program. So the pandemic came at that time, so we had to work in virtually by Zoom. But in September 2020, we could get together the panel for the first time. And I must say that we had an excellent panel. You can see here, we've got Carol O'Donnell. We have, let me show you another photograph. Bonnie Schmidt, that is the president and founder of Let's Talk Science, was really very important in this project. And of course, Carol, that mainly all the work, the conceptual work of the recommendations were in the hands of Bonnie and Carol, that were the 2 experts, but they also had some other people that were helping. Bruce Alberts, you probably all know him from UCSF. He's really an expert in education. We had people from Colombia, Ismael Duque Escobar, Margarita Gomez, people from Mexico, Carlos Bosch, from Brazil, Rosalie de Deus, Deborah Fogel from Argentina, and there were many more. I didn't put them all because I don't think it makes much sense. Norman Newtonman also from Argentina. So after more than a year of work and having many Zoom meetings, they finally ended up with this book of recommendations, catalyzing STEM education and public engagement through IANA's science education program. I have a hard copy if somebody wants it here. This one was published as hard copies in May 2021. And it's, of course, available on IANA's webpage. The goal of the statement itself was to inspire the members, the IANAS academies, to support and enhance early year, primary, secondary, and post-secondary STEM education and public engagement. As I said yesterday, we have a lot of problems with education in Latin America, but there's a great, we are very convinced that even if we have many differences across the member academies, there are also many similarities and much to learn one from another. So the way we went ahead with this program was we asked, okay, thank you. We asked the member academies what they were doing on STEM education. And some were interested in answering, others, some were very advanced, others didn't answer. And some of the academies said that they were doing a little, but would be very interested in trying to advance with us. So we decided to ask them to name representatives. We chose 5 academies and asked them to send us 4 or 5 names of representatives that were already involved in science education. We didn't want people that were just going to start with something new, but rather had something to do and we could help to improve it. So we must thank IAP because we applied for a competitive grant and it was successful. So that allowed us to get a workshop going that was called the same as the book, Catalyzing STEM Education and Public Engagement through IANA's Science Education Program. And then we formed what those representatives of the countries were what we called Nexus teams. We had a Nexus teams of 5 people from Peru, from Bolivia, Ecuador, and 2 groups from Argentina, because actually Argentina is the only country in IANAS that has 2 academies and members. So each academy sent a group of Nexus teams. And we also had the presence of Bonnie Schmidt that came to the workshop in Cordoba. It was done in my academy. And Margarita Gomez from Colombia and Deborah Fogel from Brazil. So as the education experts, so people got together in Cordoba, but we took the advantage that we, in addition to preparing this workshop, we had the General Assembly of IANAS at the Academy. So we had all the presidents sitting down in the room and having the people interested in taking ahead the SEP program and having the presidents there would in some way assure that we would have the academies involved in continuing with this project, because many projects had been started before and had not been so successful. So the idea was to have these Nexus teams develop a pilot project, sitting there discussing with Bonnie, with Margarita and Deborah, and they presented that pilot project to all the presidents. We discussed it, and then they went home. These are just some photographs of the meeting. I must say that the only team that has not focused on teaching teachers is the Nexus team from Buenos Aires. They want to do a postgraduate certificate in climate change, and they are talking with the ministry and so forth. But the rest of the groups are all trying to do training courses for primary school and secondary school teachers. This is Cordoba, this is Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador. So by now, they are all working on their projects, but we have meetings. We had a meeting in December, one in February, and now when I go home, we will have the 3rd one. So they have the opportunity to discuss with the experts and also between them, among them, so they can share experiences and try to advance with their projects. So we'll see what happens, but I think everything is going as expected. So thank you.
Any questions from the audience? For your mic, yes.
It's me. Yeah, okay. Actually, it's not questions about the presentation. No, but I mean, something remind me when you're talking about grants. If I'm not mistaken, we already have distribute grants, research grant, IAP grant. But since then, because I already become one of the panel of the juror for the selections of the proposals. And then I know that there is the last message is that about the who's the winner of the institution to get the grant. But after that, maybe I overlook. I really miss what the progress of the activity that the grant is come from the IAP SEP. So since then I never heard, but maybe I overlook. Yeah, and then I also write to Peter, expecting that during this meeting, maybe 1 or 2, the winner of the grants come up and then give some progress to the audience. Yeah, I've already proposed this one, maybe long time ago.
Actually, a lot of the grants reported yesterday from Lazat, from Edgar, these were some of those projects that were supported through that last round, from Manzoor as well. So whenever they said they had support from IAP, SEP, or from TWAS, or from those were the set of grants that we had provided.
I don't think it's mentioned Sobat Lazat and Somro. I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding. There is some institutions already offered the proposal for the grant that you will provide it. If I'm not mistaken, one of the winners is from Thailand. There is 3 winners, not including the Lazat and Somro. That I'm wondering about the grant itself. I mean, the progress. Okay, I have the document, but in my laptop. So
Yeah.
I just remember when she said about grant from his IANAS, but how about the fate of our grant from
This one with young scientists in Thailand.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, that is still ongoing.
So this the 3 winners, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I don't think we need to talk this here, but we can touch base later. We can figure
Oh,
it
okay,
out.
okay then.
Maybe add an addendum to the
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah, just remember.
What I understand, the suggestion is to add a very, very short report on these were the grants that were affected, and this was presented in the seminar this, and those are still ongoing. So having a list of grants and what happens with the grants. Is it your suggestion? Okay, okay. I think. Yes. Yes. No other question. We can pass to Jackie Cadeau from the NASAC.
Hello, good morning. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Unlike my colleagues from other regional networks, unfortunately, I do not have slides, but that's simply because in the specificity of our discussion today, looking at science education program, we haven't done much over the last couple of years. And I think I also want to go with what I had Beatrice say, that quite a bit of our work on science education has been dormant, but mainly because 2 reasons, specifically. One, the tenure of our working group at that time came to an end as of 2022. So what we did is ask academies to send in nominations for the appointment to be able to renew the working group because they have 3-year tenure. So that's what we did last year. And at the end of it, we got a list of nominees, a total of 14 members were nominated and accepted by the board this year to be able to serve as members of the Science Education Working Group for NASAC. I'm also happy to report that out of that membership, 14 out of the 14, 7 are women and 7 are male. And they are scientists from a diverse group of expertise, from physics to health to sustainable development, many other, education, some are also in curriculum development. So we are happy that that group has now been constituted and endorsed by the NASAC board. We are yet to organize their first meeting this first half of 2023 to be able to chat what would look like a NASAC initiative around science education program. And I think one of the things we are stressing is the link between not just the science academies working in science education, but also the link with the education sector, specifically ministries and academic institutions that are not necessarily universities. So that discussion will be had during the first meeting of the working group that have now been nominated and appointed by the NASAC board. Also, I think as part of their mandate, which we developed because they now have their terms of reference for the next 3 years, is to try and chart forward what would look like a good NASAC initiative around science education program as one of our flagship programs. And then the second part, which was the second reason why I was saying we don't have much activities yet, is we haven't had directed funding towards the work of the science education program working group. The directed funding usually is funding that would get the working group to either meet, participate as a side event of an ongoing activity, either NASAC or with an international organization. So the appeal for us, and I think the moment we have the working group meeting, we'll try to drive specific funding to do science education work. And I think what we've done last is to try and link the working group also with the Women for Science working group, because the last activity we had, besides the book around the state of science education in Africa, which I highlighted yesterday, was to look at gender mainstreaming in science education specifically. So that also helps us, if we are able to get an activity like that, gets us to look at an holistic view of science education and not just the focus of science education. So what we hope to do, besides organize the meeting of the 14-member working group nominated from different academies, is to try and chart a program that would fundraise for the specific working group work based on the deliberation that they will have at their first meeting, and also the appointment of the chair and the vice chair for that working group, which will be done at that meeting. I want to stop there and just address specific questions that would be directed to me. Unfortunately, for the members, which I acknowledge, the members of NASAC that are present here, I can see Sudan, I can see Ethiopia, Morocco. Unfortunately, none of them put in a nomination into that working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from the audience? Well, if not, I think we can pass to the ALEA with Liena Kellen that will present. Thank you, Jackie.
Awesome. Okay. So ALEA is then all European academies. That's the organization for lots of academies in Europe. And they also have a science education group, and I'm a member of that. It's a quite small group, but I think we will probably be around 10, 12 now people in the group. During the pandemic, it was not so easy to have many activities. So what we did during that period was that we educated ourselves. So we divided the members into 3 groups. So one of the groups were studying STEM education, another one climate education, and another one digital education. So we looked for references, and then we were having Zoom meetings and talking to each other and try to learn more. Just before the war broke out in Ukraine, we actually had a conference that was organized by our Ukraine member, together with Cleona Murphy, who is our chair of this group. So that conference was really interesting. It was a closed conference, so people had to tell that they are would apply and listen to it. And the subject was evaluation of schools. And that is actually something that we have been discussing a lot in our group. PISA, for example, TIMSS, and so, are they good? What do they measure? Is it good that many countries actually use these measurements to actually alter school policy? So it was an interesting small meeting. Actually, we were planning for a bigger meeting that would be held in Sweden. I think it will also actually happen with invited speakers that will try to go through the different ways we have of evaluating schools, which I think would be really useful. We've had dates set for that meetings, but still it's not decided when that meeting will be. But I will inform you about that because I think probably it will be interesting for you as well. So the group had a meeting in October. I couldn't be there. They had also a small conference on STEM education. And they have written a short report from that meeting. And then they were also very much concerned with this thing of science and the real world problems, and that we really have to concentrate or maybe work around the problems that we have in the world. So that's very similar to what you said, Carol, I think. We have also produced a small brochure about climate education. It was based on a survey of the European academies to see what kind of climate education do we have in the different countries. Unfortunately, I think it's now old because things have changed so much during the last years. But it is there to download if you want to have a look at it from the ALEA page. And there you will also have the report from this last conference that we had then in October. Actually, we should have had a meeting with this group the Wednesday, but then it was postponed. So our next meeting will be in April. So I think probably now we will go on to focus either on digital or climate education on our 3 different subjects that we are trying to concentrate on. Okay, I think that was all.
Thank you. Any question? Well, thank you. And then we'll go to Global Youth Academy with Priscilla Colibert-Monte.
Good morning. Hello. Hi. I'm Priscilla Colibert-Monte. I'm from the Global Young Academy. I'm co-chair for 2022-23 year. I am in charge of the lower and middle income countries. And I'll just briefly talk to you about the GYA and then some of our activities. So the GYA has a vision of science for all and science for the future. And we aim to give a voice to young scientists around the world. So a workshop that started in 2010 as a group of 28 young scientists has evolved into an organization with 200 strong members. And we currently have 366 alumni that together represents 100 countries across the world. In the map, the orange part of the circle indicates the number of active members that we have in that region. And then the blue circle represents the alumni that we have in that region. So every year we put out a call for members, and our selection criteria is based on a complementary mix between your research excellence as well as your commitment to service and outreach. And we are a young academy, so our median age is 40. When you are elected into the GYA, you serve a 5-year term, and then you rotate out, and then you become alumni. But then we still engage with you after you leave. So we aim through our activities to support young scientists in their career development, as well as help them to establish independence. We provide opportunities for them to engage in dialogue on scientific issues so they can influence policy. We also try to help to build science capacity in all the regions of the world, and then also promote science education and then science policy integration. So if you look at all the activities we have, they are usually organized around 3 themes. So we have those that under science and society, those that are under the research environment. And then of course we have science education and outreach activities. So GYA is a member-led organization. And so all our activities are usually initiated and led by the members. And then they do that by forming working groups. So the working group that takes care of the science education and outreach activities is known as the Science Education for Youth Working Group. So that group just encourages members who volunteer to join to try and carry out science education activities in the individual countries that they find themselves in. So they may carry out activities alone or together with the national young academies that are located in those countries. In June, we are having our AGM, which is in person for the first time in 4 years because of the pandemic, and we are going to Kigali. And as a pre-conference activity, the Science Education for Youth Working Group has planned a workshop for early career researchers where they are going to address the SDG 4 by discussing efforts around the world to try and increase access and then opportunities in education for children that have been affected by different crises, like the pandemic, like climate change, and like war, and then explore GYA's role in that situation. And we are hoping to be able to co-create some solutions with some early career researchers on the continent whilst in Kigali. And one of the key science education activities of this group has been the Expedition Mundus science game. It is a science game. It's a card game. And it was designed for high school students. So in this game, they get to play sciences. And they form teams of scientists that come from different disciplines. And the idea is that they are exploring a new planet called Mundus, a newly discovered planet called Mundus. So through the cards, they are able to answer questions about that newly discovered planet, questions about the climate on the planet, the inhabitants of the planet, what language do they speak, and what are the seasons on the planet? Are there animals? What do animals look like? Are they wild or are they friendly? So essentially, they are given the opportunity to collect data, share data among themselves, and then publish the findings to try and see whether that planet is habitable at the end of the day. It was originally developed in Dutch, but then translated into 7 extra languages. And we are planning to translate into other languages so that we can share widely. You can even get a version in Hebrew. Then another activity is our Young Scientist Ambassador Program, which basically aims to bridge scientific gap between countries. So you have exchange programs of members from the GYA, usually from high-income countries to low-income countries. The idea is to transfer expertise, knowledge to the lower or middle-income country. But then, very importantly, there's experience where they bring in high school students that get to meet these fabulous scientists and then try to encourage them to go into a career in science. And then the last activity I'll talk about, which is still in the developmental stages, is the adaptation of the Three Little Pigs story. We are trying to develop yet another game to adapt it towards modern, environmentally friendly ways of building construction. So we know about the Three Little Pigs story, where 3 of them took materials. One took straw and built a house, another built with sticks, and then another built with bricks. And then the big bad wolf came and then blew away the sticks and then the straw houses, but then the bricks stood strongly, yes. So this story has tried to enforce the idea that it's best to build with bricks only. So this game essentially is trying to explore the idea. Did the houses collapse because of the materials they use or because of the manner in which they apply the materials, so that the children can think about ways of using some of these environmentally friendly materials to provide sustainable solutions to building houses. So I think I'll end here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Any question? I have a question. It was really nice to see the activities, and I noted in the map that several academies have no young persons in it. And I wanted to ask first, what is the mechanism? Is it some academies that propose the names of young, or is it a separate process? Because yes, here I see Morocco doesn't have, France doesn't have either, nor Spain or Portugal, to cite only those. And I think young academies is really a way to have intergenerational mix and the energy of the youth and the let's say the experience of the more more aged. So what is the mechanism and who decide? Is it country based? It is global? So this is my question.
Okay, so I think you're mixing up 2 things, so I'll try and explain as simply as possible. So the Global Young Academy is an independent academy that, like I said, has members from, together with the alumni, across 100 countries. Now, to get into the Global Young Academy, we put out a call. It's an open call. We put it out online.
Yes.
September every year. And anyone who meets our criteria can apply.
Okay.
Yes, so among other things, you should be at below 40. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I changed slightly my question. What is the relationship with the academies of each country?
Okay, so the Global Young Academy, after it was set, started the Young Academy movement across the world. So we were encouraging each country to set up a young academy. And the hope was that those young academies were going to interact with the senior academies. So we were hoping that every country that already has an existing senior academy will also establish a young academy. Yes, but it hasn't been that way. We have countries where they don't have senior academies, but they have young academies. And then we also have countries where there are existing senior academies, and then there are also young academies. Yesterday, I was telling some of us here that we were also hoping that the senior academies would work together with the young academies. Yes, but that hasn't been the case for all. We've had the best scenario cases in countries like South Africa, where the senior academy itself is very, very supportive of the young academy. They provide resources for them, help them with their activities and all of that. But we also have other countries where the senior academies and the young academies have absolutely no relationship. Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the things we do is to share best practices with the National Young Academies. And among those best practices, we try to give them ideas on how they can establish better relationships with their senior academy. So hopefully that will work. I hope I was able to clarify.
Yes. Any other question? Yes, please.
As far as I know, or maybe I stand to be corrected, is there a Ghana Young Academy?
Yes, there is.
Okay, because
Yes, so there's a Ghana Young Academy, which was actually, the GAS actually helped to set it up. Yes.
Yes,
So,
I just wanted to put it on record.
Yeah, so
Because
there's a Ghana Young Academy, and actually GAS is very supportive of us. Usually we communicate with GAS via Francis. Yeah.
That's all I wanted the clarification for.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Carol.
Sorry, but it's also interesting that you're involved with the Ghana Academy and you're not aware that there is a young academy in the country.
Because I have actually been on the drive to recommend young people to the Ghana Young Academy. And the intention is that to hold their hands to come to the senior academy. And we already have one already. She knows her,
Yeah.
my own student.
So
And then more are coming.
I should say that one of the efforts that the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences did was to try and establish sort of a path from the young academy into the senior academy. And last year, the first young academy member was elected into the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. And she happens to be the youngest member currently. Yeah.
We are going to get more.
Yeah.
Already Dako has been recommended, so he'll be coming in.
There are so many things. So thank you so much for just doing this because of this idea of career development. So thank you. I have a question broadly about going back to this idea of outreach. So I wonder from the IAP SEP's perspective, are there, if you were to say there were 3 things that you want IAP SEP to accomplish, and that's probably most likely on the website and other places where you've documented this, is one of them promoting outreach actually to students? And the examples that you provide are great examples because your global young academies academy members are working directly with, say, high school students, correct? So this is just, I just want to make a comment that I think that's a great example of the promotion of IAP SEP through organizations like GYA to promote direct outreach to youth. And then, of course, yesterday we saw such great examples. The other thing is that like what they're producing, we should cross-pollinate. So for example, the game on climate change or the card game, things like that. If there are ways to integrate that into, say, the Smithsonian Science for Global Goals guides produced by Smithsonian with IAP to disseminate the good work that you're developing through the Young Academy. So just trying to figure out a way to cross-pollinate.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps I can comment, because I think this is something that we had realized, and Dato Lee had certainly realized, that the 4 regional networks were working independently on science education issues from the Global Council and its activities. And then the GYA also came along, and we thought, okay, as we were rewriting the statutes that we shared with the things, you know, it was very deliberate to bring in as observers the regional networks and the GYA just to get these interactions going, so that exactly that we can build off each other's successes, share each other's material, understand what is all going on out there, and how we can use it for everybody's benefit.
If no other comment, this makes the link for future activities, because among the future activities, it could be making a real effort. Thank you, Priscilla. It could be make a real effort to better integrate youth and the Global Young Academy into the science education program. I think this is a break which is missing. Well, it exists, but it should be naturally widely spread, because multi-generational efforts are much more efficient than just seniors thinking in their side and young thinking in their side. Yes. Okay. So we, after the presentation of the report of the regional report, the 4th point is the future activities, including Smithsonian Science Education Center for Global Goal projects. So I think the floor is open to discussion for future activities. We already in the beginning, in the when we discussed of the debrief of the conference, we evoked some recommendations. So the floor is open. This is the last point before the coffee break. So I feel that coffee is missing for a lot of you, but I ask for you a last big effort to be creative in these proposals.
If I can, just to throw, almost going back into the last one item, Priscilla, you're meeting in Kigali, and you have your science education group. I forget exactly what you called it. Not far away, we have Jackie with 14 representatives, 14 academy representatives. I wonder there what the overlap is and what the connections might be. And Jackie already mentioned that some things like Morocco, Sudan, who we're going to be talking about after the coffee break here because of the ISTEC, are not represented in Jackie's group. So I wonder if there's a way, maybe not here and now, but of fixing those over the next few weeks and making those connections.
Maybe I can say, and then I'll hand over to Priscilla. For the GYA meeting, my president, Professor Honkonu, specifically is attending that in-person meeting. And I think key of the agenda for why that link between NASAC and GYA is important is because NASAC wants to serve as the liaison office for the national young academies in the continent. And the idea here is to encourage the senior academies to be able not just to mentor, but to support and work with the national young academies. Now, I think as Wafa mentioned, and I think Priscilla clarified, there's a distinct difference between national young academies and the GYA and the senior academies that form NASAC. So that link is there. The Science Education Working Group that is constituted right now only requested for membership from the senior academies. But of course, as we've noticed, and one of our key points is to constantly include younger academies, younger National Academy membership, as well as young scientists who our link usually has been the GYA. So that connection is there, and maybe I just hand over to Priscilla to add. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. So like Jackie said, the president of NASAC is scheduled to sit on one of our panels. I think I understand where Peter is coming from. We have structured the workshop on the science education, and I think it would be helpful to invite NASAC's science education group, at least a representative from there to attend that workshop. So we're already in touch with Jackie, so I'm going to talk with the office, and then the group in charge of organizing, and then we'll see how we can coordinate that. Yeah. Right. Thanks.
And perhaps just a compliment for the ISTEC project, for the academic representatives of the ISTEC projects in Africa. The African academies, well, each country, the academy of each country was the one that proposed. And so I think naturally the connection exists through the local academies and through the presence of Jackie with us today to present the advancements. So I think everything is okay unless more communication internal, but I think it's okay.
A clarification question for in terms of the agenda. So in terms of future activities, are you hoping to talk about those now, or do you want to talk about them, including, for example, with the Global Goals Project now, or when you return from the coffee?
It was now in the program. We had the coffee in 10:45. Ma foi porte, je pense que ça pose pas de problème. It was now before the break. The break is just 10:45 and it is 10:38. So if you really feel that everyone needs a coffee, we take a coffee, we discuss, and then we take the point after the coffee break. Yes, I see many yes. So we can do that, and then we'll have the special session on the ISTEC projects. We ask the centers to be very short in their presentations, and then we go to renewal of Global Council and the miscellaneous. Yes, Carol.
Yeah, because I just wanted to see, there are a couple of things I wanted to mention about future activities with the Global Goals Project, but I didn't know if this was the right time, or even if that's.
Well, there can be another option, is that just after the break, we have the special session, then you have with the renewal of the council, and then future activities. Okay. It would be more logical because it will be with the renewed council.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So let's do it like that. Let's go for coffee. I think some of us have an addiction, and I have an addiction to cafe also. And then we come back. We come back at, sorry, I had it. Sorry, 15 minutes pause.
11.
11, yes.
11
yes.
o'clock here.
Yes, if you want to finish on time, I think it's good that we come back in 11. So thank you. So if you want to keep in time, I think we will begin now with the special session on the ISTEC centers, the update from each center. Please be very short. The first presentation is from Professor Humada on the project supported by the Academy of Science and Technology. So thank you.
Good morning. Briefly, I will present here a Center for Innovation, Science and Technology, named Agora of Rabat, in partnership with the Academy of the Kingdom of Morocco, which is the building is there, the Ministry of National Education, Preschool and Sports, and also the biggest company of Morocco, the Sherifian Office of Phosphate, and also some private foundations and non-governmental organizations. I take here, I think that the objective and the context can be given here. I take a sentence from Carol O'Donnell. The goal is to create transdisciplinary learning experiences for youth that are locally relevant and globally important by combining. And it is very important to combine exact science and humanities. It is very, very important. By experience during more than 35 years, extremism come from high schools, medicine and other, because they don't learn humanities, philosophy, sociology, and other poetry. So combining science, technology, engineering, mathematics, history, arts, culture, design, social and emotional learning, and global citizenship education into one experience. I think that is really the roadmap for creating these centers for first to spread science culture within the society, for attracting young people for science and culture, and also to have an open meaning about world, about cultures, about peoples. So I think that these objectives to promote arts, artistic heritage, also to have a museum for science, to have exhibitions and demonstration for young people. Okay. The components of the Agora Center, the main component, Fab Lab and computing rooms, planetarium, a factory for arts, a workshop, and also sculpture, calligraphy, music, computing, computer science, and so on. A library area, a studio for recording and photography, and also shared spaces that can be used for exhibition and scientific demonstration. And Also space for cafe, for the restaurants. So we have, for the moment, we have a donation from the Ministry of National Education. The building, this building here is about 3,000 square meters, and this building is can be used after rubbish, after some refection or rubbish film. So the phase one of building this center is the architectural plan, and we have 3 levels: the underground, first floor, and the second floor. And here you have different rooms, the auditorium for movie projections, for theater, and also for conferences. So here, I think that the first floor, again, here just simulation in 3 dimension. Thank you. If you have any question.
For the timeline,
So the timeline, I think that we are, for the moment, we are some works on the main conference room here, and I think that by the end of 2024, the center will be operational. For building, I think that it is about 18 months. But as you know, Rabat is classified by UNESCO. So to have some authorizations for constructing, there is some rules that we have to respect. So it's take time. I tend to have, for example, we went to open a door for trucks here, and we wait more than 6 months to have this. So it is very difficult. But I think that with a company as OCP, the 2 academies and the ministry, the project will be operational in 2 years, maximum 2 years.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other?
What is the estimated budget, estimated cost of the project?
I haven't exactly the estimated budget, but it will be more than 2 million euro.
2 million euro.
Yes.
Is it enough? Because
only
the project seems to be
for the building.
for the building.
For the building.
Only for the building.
Equipment, it's another.
Ah,
budget.
okay. Okay. I'm actually interested to, look at the details of it, because we in Pakistan, a provincial government has decided and in principle approved 5 science centers, Carol. And they were asking me to advise on what to do and this and that. And I said, it should not be like that. You should have a committee and you should link with institutions like Smithsonian, like IAP, or some of the well-known established institutions who can then advise and build in the project consultancy also, so that they can oversee the program.
I think that the main difficulty is not the building, is not the budget for building. The main difficulty is resources. How we can, and also sharing experiences like the center of Carol, like other centers. It is the main difficulty to this. Having a building, the budget is very easy to have. But to have equipment, adequate equipment for this, it is very difficult because
for futuristic thinking, the equipment must be that you could also have virtual tours, although this should be more interactive and in-person visiting.
Yeah.
But I think now we realized during COVID, and we had the Belt and Road Virtual Science Center, and that provides the resources of different science centers and museums, whereby people can access from anywhere.
I think that we have to think more than 2 times to this project. Human resources is essential.
Absolutely.
For this.
Absolutely.
To
Absolutely.
have teachers, to have in some discipline which are very where we have very deficient here in Morocco, to have teacher on music, theater, to pay them, and to have a budget for each year for working. It is the main difficulty. Because a center have to be continuous, working all the time.
If you require technical help in mathematics, I can link you with the Iranian mathematical societies. They're doing a wonderful job. They have houses of mathematics around the country, and that country also, they have produced a book, 5,000 years of engineering in Iran, and that all starts with the mathematics.
Perhaps just a comment to your question. If you intend to have 5 centers, it's very nice, but I think this kind of center is a hub, it's not a frugal center, it's larger project and ambitious, and I think it is fantastic, but the 4 others could be much more frugal in regional areas. We have in progress, and this is one of the reasons why I prefer not renewing my mandate as president of an NGO. We have a frugal project in the region of Marrakech, which is less thoughtful, but we need both. They are complementary. I'm really pleased to see this wonderful project in Rabat, the capital, and it could be a hub of resources, but it would not be so meaningful to have in the same country. Well, if the country is very rich, it's fantastic, but not 5 prestigious projects. So I think the complementarity with the 2 is really essential.
Thank you very much for sharing this. For me, looking at projects like this is very inspiring. I've been part of the team in the case of Argentina when the build was being built. So it's very powerful, the experience, and maybe one comment is, I hope that you are enjoying this, because this is going to be very important, and it will have a huge impact in society. And then a small comment, Wafa was just saying that I think it's wonderful. It is a real hub. I mean, having the building of the ministry next to it, and the science center that I understand depends on the ministry, I think it's it starts creating a real hub, and it could be very powerful to have that into consideration when you open literally the doors of your science center, to let people show and experience the fact that you are next to that public building where usually people cannot access so easily. So there's something powerful, I think, there, just to a comment, just to have in mind. We have a similar case in Argentina. Our building is next to the national ministry, in this case for science, and that has been very, very that has had a very important impact on people, because they are not going only to the science center, they are going to the ministry for science. Besides the fact that you can see the minister walking around there, but so there's something there, I think, that can be considered or taken into account. And then two other comments or questions. One is if you are in contact with the African Science Centers Network, which is very active. There are these regional networks, and in Africa, I cannot remember now who is the president, but it's online. I mean, I could check, and maybe that can be also very useful to exchange experiences. And of course, when you were mentioning about creating synergies, I think we are open to that as a science center in Argentina, and we are always especially glad to bond, also make relationships among the countries. And I believe that Latin America and Africa relationships are especially valuable. So you may count on us, and that goes for all the projects that we'll be listening to today. So
the advantage for this center, it will be conducted by the two academies, the Academy of the Kingdom and the Academy Hassan II of Science and Technology. Because this independence, we are independent from government. So it is easy for us to conduct and also for many other things, for budget and so on. For us, we can react rapidly to some problems. But we have a relationship with the Ministry of Education, private companies, to facilitate to have kids visits and so on, teachers also of the ministry to work in this center. And also a center like this cannot work independently or alone. He had to have a relationship with centers worldwide, around the world. Like museums, they exchange materials, resources, and so on. So for us, when this center will be established, before the establishment, we have to have connection with centers from America, from Europe, from Asia, and to have and to show different cultures, different approach for science, for arts, for culture, for theater, and I think it is a very, very important project for society, and I hope I will be here for the inauguration.
Okay, thank you. I think we have to move on to the next one, but I will follow up with you, Guadalupe, on this African Science Centers Network, because we know they exist. We've tried to contact them, but we never got a reply. So and I think some of the questions on sustainability and salaries and exchanging exhibitions will come up in the next 4 presentations as well. So there'll be sort of things to learn. I don't know, Sabine, who is next? Okay, fine.
Okay, I'll try to be fast. Only a few slides to show you what we're doing in Benin, West Africa. Okay. So the Science and Technology Center in Benin will be established within SEP-IAP. SEP-IAP is a project, a flagship project of government of Benin, which aims to create a first-class, a world-class hub, a regional hub in Africa, not only in Benin, but for all Africa. The mission is really to plan, develop a smart and sustainable eco-city that welcomes diverse community of learners, researchers, entrepreneurs, innovators, who, and the word is very important, interact together and work collaboratively. What we're trying to trigger is the emergence of a new type of center of excellence in Africa. Our 3 pillars are education, research, and entrepreneurship. I'm the head of the Education and Research Department, and I will show you what we have been doing for the last 3 years and what is the status at the moment. Here, this is our first campus in Cotonou. I don't know if you're familiar with that city. Cotonou is the economic capital of Benin. What you have on the left is the first campus is 4,500 square meters in Cotonou. And this campus is a pilot for us. It allows us to actually test various features in terms of bioclimatic architectures, in terms of materials that we use, in terms of data collection, but also in terms of modularity and user experience. All this we expect to implement that on the real site, which will be in Ouida, 40 kilometers from Cotonou, a city that is well known for his past. Let's say Ouida was one of the 2 or 3 main harbors for the Atlantic slave trade for several centuries. So that's a building you have now, and on the right you have an image of what SEP-IAP will be in Ouida and starting in 2025. A few words about our first programs. As I said yesterday, we're trying to experiment new pedagogies in general, because the way things have been done so far just doesn't work. And there is a gap between the needs in terms of skills and the needs of the market and the way we train people. So we have a school of computer that is based on a totally different, let's say, pedagogy. There's no teacher. Actually, the students have coach, and they learn by doing. We call this the piscine. Piscine is a swimming pool. They are immersed into the swimming pool with some project, and they have to kind of sort out the solution. It's interesting because we already have the first two cohorts, and they have a totally different mindset in the way they apprehend the job market. They don't want to work in companies. They want to work as consultant, individual consultant, even though they're offered good jobs with high salaries. So it's a different type of profile that we're training here. We have a design tool also, but I like to insist on the ISTEC Lab platform, because the ISTEC Lab platform is a new kind of platform. It's a regional platform that trains people around different techniques, and we use to start with the X-ray techniques, the 3 families of X-ray techniques: imaging, scattering, and spectroscopy, because X-rays techniques are universal. They apply to various fields: agriculture, material science, health science, life science, environment, and every year we have a call for project. People come from various countries. We have people from Ghana, from many countries, from about 16 African countries so far. And since 2019, we have trained 115 researchers in various programs. I would insist on that because this is my favorite program in SEMECITY. We have the African Cities Lab that offers, this is the first e-learning platform entirely dedicated to challenges we're facing in terms of urban planning. You know that Africa today is 1.4 billion people, and it's this figure is being doubled over the next few years. And the increase is occurring mainly in urban and peri-urban areas. Right now, we are 500 million in big cities. In 2050, it will be 1.3 billion people living in cities, with many challenges in terms of housing, mobility, infrastructure, water, energy, and so on. So these are the topics that we're working on. Yesterday, I mentioned the construction bricks. We have to change the way we build in Africa, because the way we do things now is not sustainable. So it's one of our main projects. We have several partnerships. I won't insist on that. I just want to show you these are the various programs we have. We have right now the World Bank entrepreneurship program. It is the most important in West Africa. And various partnerships with, of course, Mohamed VI in Morocco, Groupe École Centrale, Centrale Supélec, University of Reims, Les Gobelins. So, the first campus is a training, allows us to organize training, research, and entrepreneurship activities. And they started in 2020 at SEME1. I already discussed, showed you what this campus is, because we think that the premises are very important for learners to have an enjoyable place with good modularity features, allow people our students to dream and to innovate. This second campus is, we call it the Scope, the SEMECITY Open Park, and it's an open innovation park that promotes new approaches to research and innovation, and it's accessible to all. It's democratic. the bet we make here is to allow the interaction of people with various profiles, people who would not have met otherwise. We associate craftsmen, researchers, students in a very open, collaborative place where they can tackle various issues that are important for the society. And you can see that it's a new way to consider and to organize interaction between various actors. There are two different, let's say, tracks. We have the Tech IMA. IMA is always innovation made in Africa for the kind of actors I've just mentioned. But we also have the TINIMA. TINIMA is it targets very young people from 8 roughly to 18. And they come twice a week, Wednesday and Saturday, and they work together. The Science and Technology Center will be implemented there. We want to make it a showroom, a demonstrator of what we can do in terms of not only architecture, but also material science. The material science project is the one that I'm leading particularly. We're using ingredients, local ingredients with very little cement, not more than 8%. And we are in the process of designing new bricks. It's not only just to say that we've been inspired by African architectural heritage, but we want to demonstrate, to prove that these materials have good properties, thermomechanical properties, but also that they are sustainable and they can compare very well with with concrete, basically. So the partnership is with of course, the Benin National Academy of Science and Letter and IAP SEP Benin, the International City of Innovation, so that's SEME City, and the ministry bodies, higher education and scientific research, but also secondary education and TVET. Our commitment is to create a strong incentive to attract young people in STEAM, STEAM. And so that's what I wanted to share with you. Hopefully when I come back in 2 weeks and excuse me, in 1 or 2 years from now, I will be able to show you some progress on this project. Thank you.
Jerry?
Budget is 480 million euros. Yes, about 500 for all the campus, all the campus.
For the science center.
And the science center will be much smaller. It's about 3 million euros.
So World Bank is funding.
No. World Bank is, of course, these are loans when they fund, and World Bank is just one of our financial partners. We have others. The European Union is involved, but also we approached some donors. There are many African billionaires, and we want to involve them in this kind of project, especially the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Nigeria, but also the Dangote Foundation. They have billions. We just have to show them that it's in their best interest to get involved in that. Right now, just to give you an example, Dangote, for all his industries, he needs, the manpower, most of the manpower comes from abroad, from countries like India, China, because he doesn't have the skills he needs locally. So Dangote is involved now in creating, you probably are aware of that, a big university because he wants to train the people locally. So he's one of the partners that we're working with.
Yes, sir.
Does the industry also have some financial stakes here?
Yes, yes.
Because if that is the, you know.
You're right. Industry is very weak in Benin. So mining industries are interested, but not only in Benin, in the neighboring countries. We've recently been in discussion with the Bokeh mines in Guinea. They produce, comment on dit le bauxite en anglais? Bauxite? Bauxite, okay. It is the main constituent of aluminium. And yeah, so this is one of the mining
Very
industry
important.
that is very much involved in the program. Yes.
It's interesting because it seems like there's this lifelong learning trajectory from these young students who will be part of the Science and Technology Center to your first programs that you shared with us seem more like university level experiences. Was the Science and Technology Center for these younger students always a part of the original plan? Or
No,
did you add that later on?
We added the Science and Technology Center 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Under the initiative of Norbert Nkonou, who is not here now, who is our academy, Science Academy member. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm interested with the entrepreneurship.
Yes.
And I don't know how many entrepreneurs that come from the projects. That's the first. And then if not, maybe still ongoing, that's okay. But the second is that how the entrepreneurs later on or the government can give some access to the entrepreneurs, because there is many experience when we try to making the entrepreneurs, and then they had to get the access and they had to develop because the support of government very lack. And also the society sometimes is not really want by the local thing, but instead they want buy something maybe for the foreign product.
Yes.
So that's we have to maintain about the sustainability of the entrepreneurship that we have been created at the time. So in that position, I want to see how same city realize about this fact, which is also common in other countries when they intend to produce entrepreneurs as many as possible. So, thank you.
Thank you. You know, entrepreneurship is a real subject. The way entrepreneurship is seen in Africa, people are entrepreneurs because they just need to survive. So it's not entrepreneuriat de croissance, growth entrepreneurship or innovative entrepreneurship, and that's a very weak point. So people just create, you know, something just to survive. It's a day to jour après jour, you know. So we want to change that. Also because there's no trust in the system. They won't put their money in the banks because they don't want the government to see how much they make, and of course because and they don't get any help from the government either. So we're trying to change all this by involving real entrepreneurs in the various steps of our programs. So all the maturation process is now designed with entrepreneurs. For instance, the example I gave you about the bricks, the construction bricks, involve many entrepreneurs and builders, because we think that it's better to involve them at early stages of the various processes so that they can give their input and not just wait until we get a final product. And so sometimes, yes. And we have several programs. Actually, my colleague who is in charge of that would have been happy to give you details about the entrepreneurship. But they are very much involved in all steps. And this program I just showed you is the largest entrepreneurship program in West Africa. The whole thing is about improving the environment for startups, because the environment right now does not allow innovative entrepreneurship to emerge or growth entrepreneurship to emerge. Only subsistence, entrepreneuriat de subsistance. Yes, just to, you know what it is, just to survive. Yeah, just to feed oneself and your family. And
so this is all very important, but I think we're getting off topic
yes,
for
okay.
our ISTEC centers. And we should probably thank you, Thierry. We'll I think the next one we have is Professor Anshebo from Ethiopia online. I hope you're there with us, Teketel.
Yes, I'm there.
Can you say something? We didn't hear you.
Yes, I'm there. You hearing me?
Oh, okay, that's good. That's fine. Thank you.
The slides are with you, or I will share them. I don't know.
Yeah, if you can share from there and you have kind of control, I think that's better.
Okay, then. So I start?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I have a few more slides, but I will scan them. And the reason why I made them more is so that people might see the details afterwards. So what I will briefly tell you, I have a few slides about the academy. And this is where we are located. This is a plot of land where the academy is located, given by the government. It's like 13,000 square meter, and this is a heritage building. It was it is heritage center, and we are custodian of that. We can develop the land, but we may not sell it. And it was a house of one of the foreign minister some 90 years ago, and that's why we say it is Heritage Center. And Ethiopian Academy of Science is established through Parliament, and we have regular, associate, and honorary fellows. And currently we have about 272 fellows, 197 who are regular, and 74 associate and 1 honorary fellow. And when we call Ethiopian Academy of Sciences, we have all most of the sciences, agriculture. We have 6 working groups: agriculture, engineering and technology, fine arts, health, natural science, social science, and humanities. Until today, we had in the last 10 years, we did a number of studies, consensus reports, policy briefs. We had also Congress annual reports and books. Saying this, let me just briefly tell you more about the science center that we have. In our premises here, we have a science center, and which was established in 2017 with the objectives indicated here. To create vibrant and dynamic public space where learning science is an enjoyable and engaging experience, to promote and foster interest in scientific curiosity and inquiry, to inform the public about the principles and applications of science and technology, cultivate creativity and innovation, and promote a flourishing culture of scientific entrepreneurship. In general, we have 2 units. One is Interactive Science Museum and the STEM unit. And in the Interactive Science Museum, we have 6 units, areas. And the first one is Ethiopian geology, geography, and paleoanthropology. This is under construction, and we already have collected few geological minerals, and we also brought a replica of Lucy and RD to be displayed. It's not in its final stage yet for the public, but it is under construction. Then we have aquarium, a very small aquarium, which is also good for kids who live around this catchment area. We have also industry and engineering unit, where we display, models like a cement factory and a Renaissance dam and so on. And the fourth one is a natural science unit, where we have exhibits, physics exhibits. Currently, we have physics exhibit and optics exhibits, but we want to expand that further to have all other sciences, chemistry, biology, and have also, medicine, and also have to have it virtually. This is also one of the area that we are thinking. And we do have also a children's science center. We developed this particularly in collaboration with an organization from Germany, Phenomenta, if you know, with the help of Goethe Institute. We were able to have 48 different exhibits in various areas, in area of magnetism, optics, resonance, and many more. As I already said, the geology, geography, and paleoanthropology unit is taught to have earth process and landforms exhibits, 3D map of Ethiopian landforms, and also to have representative rocks samples. And we are populating with these items in this exhibition hall. And this is, for example, one of the replica that we already bought from National Museum. It is a replica of Lucy, which will be displayed soon. It's already delivered to our center. This is a small aquarium that we said we have few of them, and we populated every part, but because of the pandemic, now we have only few fish in this small aquarium, and the reason why we have this small aquarium is to show kids come and visit, the various types of fish that exist around. And as I said, we have also industry and engineering unit. There we have currently we have only 2. One, a model of GERD and cement processing on display, and these have to also expand further. These are the 2 displays that we have in the engineering and industry unit. The natural side, the science side, we have 16 interactive physics exhibits, which were built locally, and we have about 48 exhibits which were donated by Phenomenta from Germany. These are a few examples. So these are different exhibits, physics exhibits, few of the 16 exhibits that we have in our premises of the Science Center. We have also a child science center, which I already said. This is a science child center building, and 48 exhibits are located here. For example, we have plasma production, which is also one of the exhibits. We have also another exhibit where children can clearly see the conversion of energy from one form to the other. So this is the partial view of the exhibits at the Child Center, which was developed with the support of Phenomenta, as I already mentioned. The second part is a STEM center. We have a STEM center. In our STEM center, what we usually do is we bring during the summer period, students from this catchment area will come visit and being trained 2 months theoretical study on the basics, and then they will develop a prototype. This is, for example, when they are taking the theoretical background. These are high school students from grade 9 to 12. Once they got this theoretical lecture, then they will develop a prototypes. These are, for example, the prototypes that they developed. And after they were trained for two months. And the first one is a wheelchair that climbs a stair. And the second one is a density-based traffic signal system. And the third one is a multi-platform security system. So this is when they attend the lecture. And we had also organized a science fair in 2019 in collaboration with STEM Synergy, Ministry of Science and Higher Education and Ministry of Education, and over 254 students from public and private schools attended. And these students, the display were in the area of engineering, robotics, environment, and agriculture. And this is done once in a year. You know, we have a science festival, which we invite different students with innovation across the country, and then it will be a competition, and then finally those ones who win will be given a prize. ES and its partner works in different area, in the area of as I said. One is to establish a fab lab, and the second thing that we are planning is to have a professional development training for science and mathematics teachers. And the third target that we are planning is to have a practical training for technicians in areas where there are skill gaps. And the last one is to build capacity for STEM training in the region. And these are some of the activities that we are planning. And with the help of a fund that we got from Universe Science from France, we were able to buy a 3D printing laser cutter. And with the project of IAP, we want to expand this further so that we have a fab lab to produce different items. So we want to extend our capacity also in the STEM center by reproducing interactive science exhibits and distribute to different schools in the region. And we want also to train staff working in the STEM center. And we were also planning to coordinate the STEM center activities throughout the nation, because there are over 50 STEM centers throughout the nation, and we want to do the coordination of this STEM center. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience here? I see there's a couple of points coming through online. Anything? It all looks okay. Carol. No, sorry, not Carol. Wafa.
Yes. Thank you for this very inspiring presentation and very pragmatic. I had a question about the surface when you run the science center with the component, with the various components that you presented. What is the superficie and how many person run the center? And also I had a second question about is it regularly used? Do you have difficulty in having the center used by the children and the students?
May I respond?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, in the center we have in the science center we have four staff. 2 engineers, 1 coordinator, and 1 curator. These are the staffs that we have in the science center. And regarding the students, during the COVID time, we were not open to the public, but after the pandemic, we don't open to every public, but we permit those schools who request to visit. Meaning, at one time we will only accommodate 20 students, and so it is turn by turn that we make it open at this point. But in the near future, once it is completed, then it will be open to all those who would like to visit.
Sorry, Teketel, could you stop sharing your screen? Okay, maybe you just did that.
I did already.
Thank you, yeah. Any other questions, or shall we move on to the next one, which I think is James? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Teketel.
I'm here to make a presentation on the project that the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences conceptualized and wrote a proposal for the establishment of a science center in Ghana. And the Ghana Academy of Arts and Science, which I'm a fellow, is an academy of learned people in Ghana, established by Ghana as early as 1959, 2 years only after we got our independence from our first president. He was the first president of the academy. How did you change this? Well, I can continue. The project aims at producing certain outcomes. And the activities therein are also, well, okay, this is our academy, which was built on a CSIR plot. CSIR is the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. It was designed by one of our own fellows. This is where we have our meetings. And if you see the tall building there, they're actually offices and places for renting accommodation, so that if our fellows travel from afar Accra and they come from the north and there is a meeting, they can come and reside at our place. If a fellow receives guests from outside, the guests can also accommodate in our office. And to the right is our auditorium. The auditorium is where we have our functions, mostly lectures and discussions. And at every scientific lecture, we invite secondary school students to participate. And the inaugural lectures are made in such a way that your language must actually be such that the students can understand. So this is where we are cited, our office, a huge auditorium, and our buildings that can accommodate our guests if we get guests. In executing this project, we identified partners because in Ghana, already we have a number of activities in science and technology going on. And as an academy, our aim is to bring all the partners together and get to the establishment of the Science Center. Our major collaborator is the Ministry of Education. In fact, the Science Center is supported by the Ministry of Education. So they are major supporters. But the CSIR you see on the left of us, they are also a Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, so they are major supporter also. We have Innovative Lab, Coral Reef Innovative Lab. But there's one who is going to play a major role, is the Text Technology Company. We have decided to give the running of the center to that Text company because this is a young man who has built science instruments to be used by students in the secondary school. And he's going to be part of the Science Center management. There's also the Ghana Young Academy, which Priscilla is representing as a co-chair. They are going to be our works. If you look at my age, a lot of our members of the fellow are older than me, and we have tried to bring in younger people as partners so that they can do the working for us. Because as we age, we need active individuals to do the chores. We have the UNESCO in Ghana being our partner because we realize we will need their support. We have Ghana Science. It's a company that gets into propagating science, utilization, and whatnot. So these are companies or partners that we hope to use in achieving our objectives in the proposal that we have presented to IAP. What do we expect to achieve? We want to be able to create a center that will offer science and technology for all. A learning experience and a personal experiential learning experience for all, whether you have been to school or not. If you come to the center, we should be able to let you see science as a key component in the life that one lives. We also look at being able to, I call here experience science and technology applications. So there'll be tools that you can play hands-on tools, multidimensional, multifunctional, that you can play with, toys, like the ones that the young guy that I talked about, Dex Company, so that you can experience the applications of science and technology as a personal experience. The third one is trying as a country to acculturate science. That means making science part of our culture. In our vernacular, in so many things that we do, there is a scientific backing to what we do, but we don't interpret them in scientific approaches. For example, when I was a young man, my mother would cook palm nut soup and would put charcoal in the palm nut soup as it's boiling. And charcoal will absorb gases in the soup so that it will make it safer to use. So we want to do acculturation of science, and that includes translating, for example, a chemistry subject area into the vernacular, physics into vernacular, so that individuals can read to understand in their vernacular. You can teach the young people science in the language that they can feel free or feel easy to understand. So these are the various outputs that we hope in the execution of the project to be able to achieve for the country. What actions have been taken so far? Well, our previous management team finished their tenure. So a new council members of the academy had been formed. And so there's been a changeover. But these are issues that are under consideration. The formation of a project management committee that will be in charge of the day-to-day running of the project activities that will be taking place. And there is supposed to be a steering committee that will oversee the works of the management committee. And the third body that is to be formed is what we call the subject or discipline interest groups of the fellows. In the academy, we have both the arts section and the science section, but there's an interplay between the arts and the science. This work will be taken mostly by the science section of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. However, they'll be looking at the arts effect also on science. For example, regulatory bodies, laws that regulate things that we can do and we cannot do, the economic feasibility of things that we do, and so on and so forth. So the subject discipline interest groups will be formed so that they look at specific things under the project that we have in mind. And not too long ago, the Smithsonian Science for Global Goals made an advert, and we encourage most of our fellows who are in the sciences to actually register to become experts in the production of materials for the science, for the project that will be. So we have 3 of our fellows who are actually registered to be members or to be experts under the Smithsonian Science for Global Goals call. And the reason we did that is that as an academy, we think that will become the cornerstone for the activities of our STC when we finally establish that. We also together with, collaboration with the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, we've been able to designate or get the land in Accra at no cost for planned STC. Because CSR, they are endowed with a lot of land. So we contacted them, and as partners, we've actually got a 0.5 acre of land to put on the STC that is envisaged for our country. I want to be grateful. I want to express my gratitude to IAP for supporting me to travel here to participate. I want to thank the Hassan to, I don't know, the Hassan II Academy of Science and Technology for the community support. And I want to thank all the new people that I've met. I'm new in this area, but I'm learning a lot, and I'm grateful to all of you for giving me an opportunity to be part of this. And I thank you very much.
And I'm glad of your second last slide when you started mentioning the Global Goals project, because I was wondering already about using the resources that we have, the big ideas in science education, those resources. We're not building anything from scratch here. So it's important to understand that. And even this idea, I know you mentioned disciplinary groups that are looking to it, but if from yesterday's and today's discussion, this idea of convergence or focusing around particular SDGs or whatever it might be a way to sort of break down those disciplinary boundaries a little bit that could be, you know, of interest to the kids, you know, to understand the bigger pictures. Any other questions, comments for James? I know we're struggling for time, but open the floor. Yes, sure.
I really appreciated your graphic where you talked about the acculturation of science and your comment yesterday about STEAM education. And there has been this real shift towards like real world phenomenon-based, problem-based learning, so that inquiry-based science education or STEAM education is integrated into some real world phenomenon or problem. And I just think IAP SEP that we might want to begin to think about when we promote IBSE, that it's in this context of, as you described, the acculturation of science, like in the context of real world phenomena or problems that are meaningful to young people. So just something maybe to think about.
You know, we have some text at the top of our science education webpage, and maybe that's something we can look at sort of revising, updating. Guadalupe.
I enjoyed very much as well, and it was one of our mottos of the museum is science is culture. Also, that's why our name is Cultural Center for Science, trying to look at science as part of the culture, and I think that was great. And just want to say that I think it's a great opportunity that the Academies of Arts and Science all together, where you can connect all those different disciplines from the very beginning. So I enjoyed very much. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. And I think we should move on to the final presentation. It's online. Professor Elhag.
Yes.
Okay, just a moment, Professor, while we set up the system here. Do you have slides? Do you share them from your side?
No, I'm sorry. Can I have it from your end, Sabina, please?
Okay, we can do that. We can share the screen from. Okay, I think we're ready to go in 3 seconds. Can you see the slides from your side, Professor?
Yes, now I see it. Yes, please.
Okay, so I guess each
Shall
time.
I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm presenting a marine park, which is Marine Science Park. It's going to be built at the Port Sudan at the Red Sea coast. And this Marine Science Park, we sort of having it at that place, because that place played contribution to science since the 18th centuries. And it's a hot spot of biodiversity. We have species not found anywhere but in that area. And since the 18th century, there have been more than 200 species identified in this area, not found anywhere else. And in the nomenclature of these species, derived from the local names, and if you go to Copenhagen Museum, you will find the prototypes there of these species with a Latin name or scientific names driven from the local names of that area. And if I move to the next slide, the area is known for its growth of corals, and there are 4 species not found anywhere else, and it harbors species not found anywhere else. And for instance, scientist Reed has identified 125 species from this area. So this area has contributed to science in nomenclature and in new species, and deserve to have a science center in that area, there being a very flagship area for science and industry. That's why we sort of a center which incubates research for more innovative and innovation in the science area. And that center, the Marine Science Park, we consider it as a science and technology center, which can play a good role in teaching the pupils and higher grades schools on the importance of science in that area. There is a lot of development in science and also in that area. For instance, Jacques Cousteau has developed and advanced his diving and snorkeling apparatus in that area. He even has a conch in that area where people lived underwater for 2 months in that area. That is the reason. So there is a contribution also to technology from the 1960s in that area. Can we move to the other slides? The names of the species fishes are all driven from the local area of that area. And the next species, the next slide also shows the next slide. We will see the conch area, where the people lived inside the water for 2 months, and still is there now, covered by coral reefs and barnacles, of course. The coming slide shows. Can we have it, please? Next slide. It shows the importance of the important. I can't see the slide. This slide. Can you see the next one? Then I will not. No, the next one. No, not the one before. Yes, this center is going to be exhibiting for research with students, researchers, and private sector also, where you can have innovation and the students study at this area. And come next, please. This site is going to help students to study and to have a very good inquiry-based education at that center, because it will have museums, it will have training rooms, it will have open air for a study, and it will have a turtle pool where you can have living specimens and studies. The students can come and stay in the youth house in front of that building we are going to have. And next, please. Next, please. That is the formula of the Red Sea, the building we are going to have. We have a piece of land at the Red Sea coast, and we have a building where you find museums and auditorium and training rooms. And on the other side, you have pool, diving rooms, and labs, dry labs and high labs. Next, please. And in the other side of it, you will have study pools for the students and researchers to do all the research. This is an expanded area of what we saw last time. Next, please. The second, the third, and the fourth is just an explanation of the whole building facing the leeward and the seaboard of the center. Next, please. Next, please. That we are having the idea is to have a center which give chance for researchers to innovate in the site, and give the chance to the students and pupils to study and inquire what is going on the site. And that is what we think we need support from you. Thank you very much.
Again, I can open the floor for any questions while we bring you back up on the screen. Yes. So a different vision in this one, a very thematic one, but very important, which is fine. It's good. Wafa.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And what I would like to stress is I was impressed by the diversity of the projects that were proposed. Very different one from the others, but each of them with inspiring issues. So I hope that the global the IAP presentations and could have some stimulation to for these centers. I think also the budget of each of the presented centers is quite different one from the other. And I had two one comment. I stressed on that yesterday, and I think Carol would stress also, and Guadalupe too, the question of social dynamization to make these centers, how to make centers, kids in the centers, let's say, because many times we build a nice big project and finally there is not no one. So I think really it has to be inserted in the reflection. How can people, how can we manage so that kids are in these centers? I spoke of transportation, it can be other, but, and also I have a question because some of the projects are very big projects, some are much more pragmatic. And the question, because we prepared and you all received the brochures and you have documents for fundraising and so on, but the question how IAP, what is expected from IAP, apart from giving the label, giving the support, exchange of resources and so on, but from a financial point of view, what is, how can we see the fundraising strategy? Should it be for the for the 5 centers? Should it be focused on something, on some aspects? And I think we could discuss that perhaps to exchange briefly. But Peter, perhaps you have an opinion about
Yes.
that.
Well,
please.
Professor Park, you go first, and then I'll give some thoughts.
The center belongs to the Sudan Institute for Sciences, Natural Sciences, which belongs to the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. Plus, this center will be in the middle of a scientific environment. You know, there is a Red Sea University at the area, 3 minutes driving from the plot of the we have the Ministry of Administration, Fisheries Administration, and this Fisheries Research Center. And at the middle of 7 high school in the city, plus all the schools and around for this. But the main head of this is in the Institute of Science and Natural Sciences. There will be a board from all these institutions having this any relation with this, and the Ministry of Higher Education is responsible for running the science this center for sure, and we have letters from them agreeing for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's very important because what we were looking for, even when we sort of started gestating this project, was the long-term sustainability. And I think in each case, the Ministry of Education or Science or whichever are involved in all 5. So that's great. Wafa, you talked about sort of funding and fundraising. And I think probably what I will propose is another meeting, an online meeting, perhaps in a month's time or something, to go into more of these practical details, because I don't think we have time to do that here. I can say that 4 of the 5 projects we've heard today will be receiving some seed funding from IAP. I hope that can be provided. It's $7,000 just to get things started. That's something we have managed to source from the Simons Foundation, except Morocco, because the offer was on the table, but you were more independent, and which is fine. And so those contracts will be developed in the next couple of weeks, and we'll start transferring those funds. But moving from $7,000 to $70,000 or $700,000 is a whole different question. And I look at Thierry as well, because you mentioned nice contacts with various billionaires in Africa and foundations. So we invite you to that meeting where we might discuss sort of combined fundraising together. Okay, perfect. Umada, I bring you up. Okay, you have the mic.
I think. I thank for the success of this project. We have not to expect or wait an external financement. The perennity of the project have to be self sufficient. Yes, thank you. So we cannot ask for $7,000 for a project of many millions of dollars. So it is ridiculous. So the perennity of this project is not the first budget. The fundraising must be local. The application is not only national Ministry of National Education, tourism, the city, the region, the state, the continent, not only the ministry or school. So, Palais de la Découverte, la Maison des Sciences, etc. In Europe, they don't wait IAP or other financial, but IAP can be very helpful as a platform for exchanging experiences, exchanging resources, to motivation, giving some encouragement and exchanging between different centers. So please, we have to be, I don't wait anything from Europe. I wait many things from Africa. Thank you.
We as IAP have to figure out our role, and it might be different in the different centers that we have here. Some are more advanced, some are more self-sufficient. The one in Sudan is perhaps more embryonic than some of the others, and so on. So we need to find our way, but that's a discussion I think we need to have, not today, maybe, like I say, a month from now. If there's any other questions, otherwise we try and wrap up this session. Guadalupe, a comment? One last word.
Just a small comment on what Wafa said about the science centers becoming relevant for the visitors, which is, of course, the great challenge for every building, no matter how large it is. But one strategy that can work and worked sometimes for us, I hope Carol agrees, is to try to make relationships with the local, invited the local schools, the local businesses around the museum or science center, the local, for example, adult center, if there is one, or clubs, Shim, how do you say, were you the sports club? Or so those different places that are surrounded the science center can be very sometimes fruitful to go and introduce what you're doing and try to hear what maybe they could need from the center to create their local community. I just want to thank you all because I'm learning so much. This is very inspiring. Thank you.
Let us move on to the final session. We still have to talk about futures, but maybe that's a lunchtime discussion. Let's see.
So I think we can move. Okay. For the last part, which is the renewal of the Global Council. So first, I have to say, as I said in the beginning, it was an honor for me to be proposed by the Hassan Academy of Science and Technique for this 3-year mandate. A very, very short report on this period. IAP had produced resources in collaboration with the Smithsonian Science Education Center, in collaboration with the IAP, produced 7 global goals education guides. There were 2 other curricula for teachers. There were 2 reports produced by consultants, the one of Guadalupe on the science centers, and the one of the case of inquiry-based science education. For this one, a policy brief has been prepared and will be diffused very shortly. I think it can be helpful. And in the IAP annual report, there is a chapter on each report on the science education activities. There were grants, small grants. Yes, IAP, I think its role is not to provide a lot of money. It's just pushing for the activities and run grants to academies and young academies in Africa to help roll out COVID-19. How can I protect myself and others? It's the guide of the Smithsonian. Also small grants for other education projects, and some of them, not all, you're right, were presented in yesterday. I think we had the focus 3 years ago in the meeting in Thailand to push towards the creation of the science centers in Africa. And I try to involve mostly in this part, and I really thank the working group that supported each step of the elaboration of the project. And I am really, really pleased to see that today, well, for the 5 center, there is a project, ideas that are, people, of course, get inspired from what was presented and develop their own project, and this is how it has to be. So Benin, Ethiopia, Ghana, Morocco, and Sudan. As was said, but I don't come back to that, seed funding was prepared, but also the most important is that we also hired a consultant to elaborate the brochure with us that is dedicated to deciders and dedicated to decision makers and to for fundraising issues. So we would be extremely pleased if this brochure is useful to some extent. I hope, and that's all for a very short presentation of what was done. And now I hope I can still be useful if necessary on some aspects, but I will transfer to the next to Professor Ziad the activity. I think for that, Peter, I prefer you state for, because we have to renew the Global Council with some mandates that are finished and are renewed, others new. So I let you present that. Yes.
Microphone. Just slide the thing up. And then it takes a second. Yeah.
I just want to appreciate really that what we had discussed in Bangkok last meeting, and then the developments that have happened. Well, obviously, if the local governments and authorities are interested, you can push them. But what I see today, these presentation, I think this is a wonderful development. And I very strongly believe that once they get going and also provide publicity, probably using one of the platforms as the IAP Global Council as well as the others, then other countries will also follow that. This is the norm, that trend is set, and then everybody follows. So I think this is a great development. Thank you.
We all, when we did the call for letters of expression of interest, there were more than these 5. So we already have a sort of phase 2 in the pipeline. Maybe there will be others emerging, but that was always the plan. Yes.
Knowing for the whole process for today's meeting, I just would like to iterate that collaboration is the most important part if you want to develop to the futures. And then we know already IAP, IEP, which has a lot of resources. For instance, how we witness that Smithsonian developed so many innovation modules. But the point is that maybe it's also become a recommendation from the IAP. We know that there is so many platforms in the world, but I think as we know that Smithsonian is also a member of this IAP. So I suppose that this institution have a great support. So the spread out the message cannot only be done by Smithsonian herself, but also for the whole institution which is already involved in the IAP. For instance, myself also from Indonesia try to engage more in the some activities that's been created by Smithsonian. It means that we put support for the development of the Smithsonian in the futures. That's the first. And then the second thing is that it seems to me that IEP now is agree with what Mansur said, more developed than before. We already show some innovations and also some initiative that already that emerged during today's meeting. But the point is that how we can promote all the innovation, all the activities that has been done through this institution. Because knowing that with the collaboration or networking within the inter-academia partnership, we have a lot. But I mean, it sounds unfortunate if we cannot take this networking effectively to promote what we have been done by the members of the inter-academia panel. So at this point that let's be focused for the development of the member itself. I don't want to make this kind of the dichotomy or try to partially intention, but I mean we focus to bring the a member of the academy as science education program into the excellent level through support each other. I mean, I didn't say that you're not supposed to use the other platform, no, but let's we support the form that we already have to promote much more than the others because there is so many institutions right now. And then that's the point, support from us. Thank you.
Yes, I think this will be in future activities. Definitely, there will be a point. How could we make evidence of all the very nice work that is performed? But perhaps first begin by the renewal of the council, and then this is the point coming just after. So thank you.
Okay, so let us move to that renewal of the council, and I'll try and simplify it. Essentially, we have the nominations here, the list, and you hopefully had a chance to look at some of the bio sketches and so on. The council itself has those people that have done 2 terms and are rotating out, and it has also those people who have reapplied to continue. Thank you. Well, and perhaps we start with those. I mean, there is Edgar, you've done 1 term, so you're eligible for a second. Norbert Nkonu, who's also the president of NASAC from Benin, who's closely involved with the Semicity. Lena from Sweden, and Lazat. And let me phrase this in a way that I imagine there will be no objections to any of those 4 continuing as members of this global council. And well, I should just sort of procedurally, it's the global council as convened here that decides the next global council, if you like. There are 3 members rotating out, Manzo, Indojani, and Afia from Thailand, who unfortunately was not able to come this time around. We have 2 of the rotation out situations that are a little bit more clear, but one is Carol, who is rotating out, but if nobody objects, we'll rotate right back in again. We think this is important for the continuity of the Smithsonian Global Goals Program, the collaboration with IAP, the IAP board members, the 6 co-chairs that we have were consulted on this and no objections were raised. The National Academy of Sciences stands behind her. So Carol, please continue with it. Yes. And of course, as well as the Smithsonian, we have La Man à la Patte, supported by the French Academy. Daniel Rowan, in the beginning of his presentation, hinted that he was rotating out. He's taking up other commitments. We're still waiting on the French Academy to confirm. Daniel mentioned the name, but we're waiting on the French Academy to confirm for sure if it's that particular lady or somebody else. So we will fill one of the spaces in the new Global Council with a representative of the French Academy, and thus have the connection to La Man à la Patte as well. And I think that's important, which essentially leaves us with, well, let us come to that, because Malaysia was not represented on the Global Council as it was. We had the immediate past president, of course, and now we have a new immediate past president. But as well as the Global Council, as well as the Global, well, I don't see Shahrizad's name, but, as well as the Global Council, we have this other level of an international advisory board. There are people like Yves Carré, Bruce Alberts, and I am proposing anybody rotating out, Manzo and Rajani, Afia would be important as well, to include those on the international advisory board. And I would also like to invite Shahrizad and Guadalupe to be sort of members of, just people we reach out to, we brainstorm with you, we bring you into different meetings and whatever when needed. So if you're happy with that, we will send out an invitation, because I think that's also important to maintain those connections, and it keeps ISTEC involved as well.
I'll be very happy to.
And we hope EcoSF in some way will stay.
They are also.
Yes. Yes. Okay. No, it's okay. So it leaves us with 3 replacements plus 2 of people that really never engaged with us in these whole final 3 years. So we have potentially 5 others to select from this list. And of course, the chair of the Global Council itself, we have the offer from the Moroccan Academy, the Hassan II Academy of Sciences, to continue as chair of the Global Council. So I don't know, Professor, if you want to say a couple of words on the commitment of the Moroccan Academy and any vision for the next 3 years at least.
Okay, thank you. It is quite difficult for me right now to give a view of my future undertakings. However, as you know, Morocco spends a lot of money, I would say a hell of a lot of money on education. And the results, satisfactory results, are not there yet. The problem, the source of problem is not easy to solve. And I believe this situation is quite overspread in the world. My intention is to give more of my time to the schools, the primary and secondary schools that are on the countryside in Morocco. There, the deperdition is enormous. Most of kids go out of school without any degree, and it's really a tragedy. How to intervene in that, it's not easy. It's very hard, but it's I think it's essential to solve that problem, which is not specific to Morocco. I think it's all over the developing countries. I don't think I have right now a specific plan to solve the education problem, but my intention is to put as much effort as I can in that direction. Thank you very much.
Mada, you wanted to add something?
I have just a few words with the permanent secretary, who is waiting the renewal of the council, and for the chair, Professor Mahfoud Ziad. He has all the support of the academy, and we had as an academy we will work and give all our experience for this committee or for this program of science education. So it is not only a candidate of professor, it is a candidate of the academy, and we want to share and to have also the experience of our colleagues from other countries. So all the action plan that we have for education locally, I hope that it will be globally for all the program of science education. And thank you for this confidence for having our colleagues yet as chair. Thank you for you all.
And I just would like to add that, of course, Professor Mahfoud Ziad has my full support. I decided for personal reason to tell the academy I would not renew, but I think really I bring my full support to the application of Professor Ziad.
I think your support would be very important.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, there is Malik Galab also.
Yes, Malik Galab, who is also a member of the Academy Hassan II. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but he directed a work group I was in on the STEM education. It was a group from the Hassan II Academy. And we wrote a white book that was used by Professor Shafiki as an inspiration document for the change of curricula. And Malik Galab is co-chair, and again, very, very passionate by the questions of science education as a means to improve the quality of education, because I think now in the government, by the change of curricula, by this situation that is frustrating when a system is not efficient enough, when you put a lot of money but you don't have the results. I think everything agree now that pushing also, there was preschool, which was some very important issue, and there is now quasi-generalization of the preschools, even in the rural area. And the second is trying to push much more toward science education to improve the quality of education. So I think the academy can be very active on this topic. And of course, as part of International Advisory Board, I will continue support as I can.
So do I take it we're all supportive of the Hassan II Academy continuing to take the lead? Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. So that leaves us then with
Future.
no. We still need to identify 5 new names from
But
the
perhaps I
list. Yeah.
can move and let Dr. Ziad, you.
If you like, or you see to
Yeah.
join us.
That's
You- Take
Shake hands. And
immediate action is always good.
And I congratulate you both and Hassan II Academy for organizing this meeting in government, and hopefully the next.
Hopefully to put the pressure on. Okay. So I'm sure. So we have 5 more decisions to make. Let me try and separate that out a little bit. of those 5 who are rotating out, we haven't replaced yet. 1 is from Africa, 1 is from Latin America, and 3 are from Asia. So I think it would be important that we identify at least 1 African, 1 Latin American, and 1 or maybe 2 Asians from this list, and then we can discuss the final one. So I don't know if there's any support, anybody's had a look at the different names and who we might propose. Let's maybe look at Africa to start with. I know we have a Kanji from Nigeria. We have Anshebo, who of course we just.
Let me decide one by one. Highlight.
Can you highlight? It's a PDF. You can highlight with the, you can highlight the PDF. I think you click on that T, the T tab on the very top. So, yeah, and then just and the okay, Akanji of Nigeria. Okay. What happened? Khadija Alia from Nigeria. Algeria, of course. Tekatel Johannes, who we just heard from, actually. From the Chafai from Tunisia. Come to the limits of technology.
Now it will unaligned board.
Just to undo, edition undo.
But it would be more happy to copy paste in a Word. Yes. And then we can do whatever we want.
Yes. We have Priscilla. Can you maybe explain the GYA you rotate and your observer status person is often a different one every year or every second year?
Yeah, so we re-elect every year. But it's dependent on who the co-chair decide whether he wants to do it. So I, for instance, can decide I'm staying on my co-chair next year. Yeah, which I haven't decided yet. So if
But this would be a separate role from your co-chair role in the GYA. This will be a 3-year commitment.
There is
What's the new skill you learned today?
Tunisia again.
No, I think this may be the same person. Yeah, it looks like the same name, so Norbert is already involved.
Benin.
Okay.
Norbert.
This is Norbert. He's already a member and he's continuing, so this is okay.
So there is no vote.
Norbert.
And then Priscilla. We have a good.
So I would say that perhaps Teketel, because he is involved in Science Center, but he has experience to share. So I would be a little, I would suggest that could be dynamization of
I think these should be the 2 criteria: engagement in science education and science center.
Please pick out the yellow one. So it means that it's still in.
Make it green.
Yeah, this one.
Learn a new
Yeah,
skill.
So it means that he or she is still in. Pick out the yellow, the color.
Yeah. Which green?
Yeah, whatever. So just tell
No.
him he's still in. No, this one.
Okay, I no more chair, but I suppose I can.
No, she's an observer, as a GYA has an observer status. So that's it, but she would remain at least for a year as that, the GYA representative. So are we happy with? So we're happy with Teketel. You happy with? I'm looking at Priscilla. You're okay with Teketel being the person, at least from Africa, in this round? Yeah. No, that's all in our minds. We were just looking at the Africa. We agreed on Teketel for Africa. So now we ask you to highlight the Latin Americans.
Okay. So first we highlight by regions and then we choose the names.
Well, the first name is chosen. Teketel we will select.
Teketel is
everybody.
everyone okay for
Yes.
And Priscilla, yes, no?
Priscilla will remain as GYA observer, but
Okay.
then we come back to round 2 for the final position.
Yes, so we can approach.
We have Deborah Foguel, Brazil.
Well,
If you go to the
Colombia.
He's here, he's already elected.
Yeah. No, the new one. And the next year, I think, IAP.
So we already have one from Latin America.
So we have Edgar, is Brazil the only other new member? Or Bolivia, Carlos Aguirre.
Bolivia still in?
From Honduras, did I see? Okay. Is anybody familiar with any of these people or? Yeah, I haven't read the bios.
Otherwise, we need to, because engagement in education, science education, at the school level or science center.
Yes.
These are the two main things.
Yes, we had the bio sketches just after this document, so we could go very rapidly to the name. And so Bolivia here. Specialist in public policy and useful.
I think the first is that see the engagement, and then I mean for the old one we can. For the new one, probably we can see from the by a short biography. But for the previous one, we can see the level of engagement to the inter-academic partnership. That's my situation.
Sabine, if you search Honduras, you can, or no, search Brazil was the next one.
I think from this bio sketch, it seems that there is quite an engagement for the first name.
I was skeptical on the science education component other than university level.
No, it is written that. One more time, bio, the first guy.
The specialist in education that we have in our program. Deborah Forward from Brazil. Is one of the specialists we have in our program. We had Margarita Gomez, Fanny Schmidt, and Deborah Forward that were at our academy participating in the program.
Universities worldwide.
I would be in favor of keeping in mind also gender equality, so we try to have also new ladies and so.
I don't think this person has anything in the science education.
That's what I agree. I don't see.
It doesn't have.
I think go forward. Next.
To Brazil.
The Brazil is that out of this.
Yeah. Where are the Chileans?
Yeah.
Okay, Alan, team, nobody there?
Chemistry.
Chile, okay, you should have it.
Coordinator of the National Network of Science for Education. I think.
He's a member at the IAP Science Certificate. Do you know her, Beatrice? Do you know her?
She's in our science program, was one of the specialists that came to the workshop.
Okay.
And she has helped a lot with trying to.
Okay.
Done the program.
So let's do Control F and search for Honduras.
Is the president of the academy.
I think it's nice being a member from different.
For the IANAS education program.
Yeah.
Not at the doing level.
So we take your advice, Beatrice. The lady from Brazil would be more appropriate.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Fine. Then it's an easy decision.
And a lady, that's the first one.
Yeah.
Lady is the one that is supposed to science.
Deborah.
So this is speak out, Maria. Maria is no longer.
No, it's not
No, no. Yeah.
He is in program of SEP education of IANA, but he is one of the many representatives that have not done much since 2017. They were spoken when we called upon the representatives and asked them to help us with relaunching the program. She has been completely involved. Writing the book at the beginning, then she came to Argentina to go to the workshop, and she's following the meetings and advising the next meetings on what they have to do. I think it's better.
I have no voice, but I go to walk.
Madam, we don't vote you recommend.
Yeah. So the lady from Brazil. Fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Let us move on to Asia.
So from Asia, you have two.
Yeah, at least let's suggest two, and then we have a final slot to fill.
And from Asia, I would propose the priority number one, Feng Yang from China.
Yes.
For many reasons. directly involved in the science education, science popularization. And for the last many years, we always had somebody representing caste because that's the organization which is a mandate of the science. And then she is the Secretary General of the Deputy Secretary General of the PRESEC, which is the Belt and Road International Science Education Program. And I think Wafa and our new chair, I think IAP should also take credit for helping in establishment of the Belt and Road International Science Education Program, as well as the curriculum on fusion of civilizations, which has been now Indrajani shared with you. We tested that in Pakistan. I think that is also a credit of IAP, partially because the Issue of Science Foundation was also a very strong part of that to be taken on board. So thank you.
Yeah, we do have, and it hasn't happened yet because so many other things have been happening, a folder of all the Smithsonian,
Right.
This particular other publications that have come out, and we will create a Dropbox or a WeTransfer, and you can select it. They're all on the IAP website, but we'll send them to you all in one place so you can make sure that you've got them. But this is one of them. Yes. Okay, so I'm happy with that as well, because I was going to push that, but better that it comes from you. Which leaves us with one more choice, I think.
Consideration, because first he's very close with the military right now, and then through him that STEM education is adopted in the curriculum nationally, and then with his networking with Japan, with America, and also she can help us to do some innovative program as mandated by the Inter-Academy Partnership later on. So I put his name that because he's a potential to promote this IAP into the regional level in Southeast Asia. It's much more important. That's why the sector is.
Yes, I think other than Arif, we have Huang Li from China, Sabi Anwar from Pakistan. Huang Li, I looked at and I also checked the Academy of Sciences mainly focuses on high-end scientific research. So that's already decided from China. The candidate from Iran, because I've been interacting with them, also is not really involved at the school level. It's a simple recommendation from the academy, and I actually also explored that. So probably that is also out. This leaves us with Arif and Sabi Anwar. Now, Sabi is a professor of physics, and Indrajani has been there also as a speaker, and he organizes an annual Lahore Science Fair, and there are a number of programs. You would have Anwar Sabi somewhere. Yeah, it was almost at the top.
Also Park from South Korea and a lady.
Yeah, Park is also there.
From Sri Lanka. I can talk about her for a moment, but carry on.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, highlight Sabi. Of course, the bio is there. But one of the flagship programs that his institution, he leads the NGO called Khwarizmi Science Society, and a national level science fair they organize every year that we have been supporting, contributing. So
let me just touch on the lady from Sri Lanka, Nadira Karunawira.
Nadira. Yes.
She is president of the Sri Lankan National Academy of Science and a medical parasitologist by training, and again, seems to be another high-level professor with
Research.
little or no experience, hands-on of science education at primary or secondary school level.
Okay. Yeah, and what about the Korean? Any? I guess also just member of the academy, but with no. I don't think so. Because. Hmm. So maybe, avoiding a conflict of interest. Myself and Indrajani are going to keep quiet. You decide between Sabi Anwar and Arif. Do you agree with that? I mean, the rest of the
Between
council.
from Pakistan, Sobia and
Sabi from Pakistan and Arif from Indonesia.
from Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Okay. That's the mic.
Because it's not of subjective terms, but I would like to maintain the inter-academic partnership in the regional, in Southeast Asia. So I need someone to communicate and to maintain this relationship. So far is myself in that level. But I mean, because as you said that my term is done, so I intend to keep the connection inter-academic panel with the Southeast Asia, because once we got this one, is 11 member country or similar with the ASEAN. So it's assured for the inter-academic partnership to be promoted in that level. So I didn't see for just Indonesia, but I see for the regional level. So that's much more important for me. Yeah, it's depend on Pakistan. I don't know.
Carol?
Yeah, just to say, I think we just reviewed Tianjin Park's from South Korea's bio, and I think it was a very similar description of someone who's at the IHE, Institute of Higher Education, but not necessarily in that bio, at least, contributing anything for primary and secondary.
So we are left with those two. Any preferences? I like the regional thing, but I'm trying not to influence. Sabina from Pakistan and Indonesia.
Considering the age also, but not into the level of here.
And it's not to say that we can't take both if we don't think there's another, or even a European or North American or whatever else.
Very that profile.
Yeah.
Yes. And the other one? Yeah.
you get the two, we stay with the same regional representation as before, and we're done. So.
The Europe representation. Sorry. Currently, the presentation of Europe, the representation of Europe, how many do we have? France, Sweden.
Sweden, I think.
Yes. Osborne, from what country? Germany. Yes.
It's not beyond the statutes, the rules of procedure, that we increase the Global Council by one if we need to. So if you think there's an additional name that would be brought in.
So perhaps looking at the interest of the Global Council, taking one name in addition to the existing name for the Asia, and taking the name of the Germany guy could be nice.
Okay. From Indonesia, from Pakistan, and Jonathan.
It would be
Germany.
too much, no, or it would be okay?
It's okay. And
It's
then
okay.
we're done, we're finished.
Yes, but it's okay if we have finished.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Solves the problem.
Solves the problem. Okay. I don't see any objections, so we're done. Thank you. Please, let me close the meeting and pass the microphone.
So congratulations for this meeting. Thank you, Wafa, thank you, Peter, thank you, Sabina, and thank you for all the members of the council and the attendees. Mr. Permanent Secretary, give you now a present from the Academy to remember these 2 days here in our Academy. So I start by Wafa Sqali. Please.
Des petits souvenirs du Maroc et de l'Académie. Merci beaucoup.
And second, Peter. Carol. Mansour. Indarjani. Please. Razak Kusainova, please. Lena. Edgar Gonzalez. Farizet. And Sabina. Thank you. Have a nice return and see you next time. And thank you for your confiance on the Academy. Hassan.
Bon courage à notre ami.
And good luck for Professor.